Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, friends. Welcome. Welcome. All right, here we go. Let's rock and roll. Hope you're all doing well. I'm watching the Monty thing. I walked away from this model on Wednesday night, and I've looked at it a few times since my work. And yeah, I've just come back and I'm looking at it now and going, oh cool, we're on to some of the fun stuff. So yeah, I'm pretty enthusiastic about it now. The new Chimera set of paints, no I didn't. What were the colours? Any good ones? I know they were planning on advertising it at Monterey. I have not been able to follow every part of that. Watched a little bit of Miguel Contreras' sculpting last night. Very good. Indeed. I am doing well, Selenia, thank you. Series 2, Honeymoon Yellow, Dark Ochre, Mars Orange. I do like some darker browns, alizarin crimson. Interesting. Yep, that looks good. I mean, I was going to buy them anyway, but it's more of a g'day, Minimef. A little bit more accessible probably than the original set. We do have a very small friend wandering around this morning. He's a bit depressed at the moment because I'm not playing with him. Aren't you, buddy? G'day, Ashes. Good night to you, sir. Yeah. He's having a rough time. I had a cat door installed for my cat, Peaches. and Hugo has just discovered how to use it this morning. He's sniffed it many times, but he's never actually gone out the door. He has now. And it's very, very funny. Alright, I'm tired of doing little details. People are fine. I'll take Hugo over people. I was on the fence on this model, like with my approach to it, the colours I'd chosen and stuff. When I walked away on Wednesday night, I was a bit despondent with how we were looking, but I'll come back to it this morning. I haven't done any painting since then. Yeah, I feel really good. I like it. Hey buddy. Hey. Mini MF, it's very nice of you to ask, but yes, unfortunately Peaches left us a few months ago. Poor little thing. It's a very depressing time for all involved. And by all involved, I mean me. We have a conundrum. Friends. What colour should we do the leaves? See, at the moment, that's okay. Go rapid transit. You weren't to know, friend. Got all these great leaves sculpted all over it. Obviously the default approach to that would be green, but I wonder if we should move from like summery greens up here down through autumns down to wintry whites down here. What do you think of that idea? Could be cool. G'day Necromancer, what's going on? Alright, I like that idea actually. Let's do it. Let's figure that out now. So here's this colour. And that yellow. And then let's use this colour. And then let's use pastel blue. Alright, so this can be my leaf colour for leaves up the top. Maybe we can do the base so that everything in front of her is like summery, and then everything behind her is wintry. That could be cool. I was on the fence about what colour to do the metals, but now that I've decided to do that approach, I think the metal should definitely be gold. So that's good. I'll go with these two mixed together. Hi, buddy. What's up? Want to say hello? Come here. Yeah. Hey, buddy. Hey. You alright? You don't like being picked up, do you? You don't like it. Hey. Off you go. Hates being picked up. Is obsessed with being near me, but doesn't want to be picked up. Yeah. My old Chihuahua Plum, she just, if you weren't picking her up, she was upset. She'd just follow you everywhere. If you sat down, take her about 3 seconds and she'd be sitting down on top of you. Hugo's the absolute opposite. He's just a bundle of energy. He's always like, fucking boom, 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 boom. I'm ready to go, let's go. Woo. I'm going to let you in on a little secret, friends. Every time I look at horns, I think to myself, yeah, I'm so excited to paint those horns. Because I like the colours that you use when you paint horns. Every time I actually do the physical painting of horns, they piss me off. Because they're always like, you can't just use flowing brush strokes, you always have to like change your angles and shit. Very annoying. You know what I mean? Fucking horns. The worst. So friends, if you are out and about on Twitch this weekend, strongly recommend you check out the Monty Sansovino painting demonstrations, exhibitions, live stream they're doing all weekend. It's European time, which means that they are starting when I'm basically going to bed. But very, very fun. Bunch of people there. I know many of those great people. Today they had sculpting with Michael Contreras. They had some painting with Danilo Cartacci, and they also had some painting with Alfonso, I think, today. I didn't get to watch that. I might watch the replay later on, so you have it up and available. Was it right now? Is it really? They're doing speed painting, are they? Oh. Alfonso. He loves the matte varnish, he just doesn't want to talk about it. Doesn't want to make that guy that I spoke to on the heavier metal site seem wrong. Does look good indeed. So if you've not seen it on my YouTube channel, I actually put the speed painting from the 2019 MSS show, put that on my YouTube channel. Where Tui, Richard Sharp, Conrad, a couple of other legends of the world, painted a figure from Chimera. And yeah, Alfonso started by doing very fun activities like, I want you to sketch out just values. Thanks, Art Decoratorka. So he's like, yep, just set your values, don't add any environmental stuff just yet. And everyone's like, yeah, cool, and nobody listened to him. And then after about 15 minutes, he just picked up everyone's models and swapped them around. So everyone got handed everyone else's figures, and they had to keep going with the environmental thing I'd selected. So we were divided into groups of four groups of four, and each of the groups had to come up with a theme for their group. So our theme was Alice in Wonderland, and we had to, in the speed paint our figures to look like Alice in Wonderland, thematically speaking. So the four of us, we had one of us picking each of the different suits, and it was very, very fun. So anyway, there's about 10 minutes to go, and Alfonso's rocking around, and he just swaps Tui and I. Just grabs both of our models and swaps them. Tui did nothing. He did absolutely nothing on his, so I got stitched up, and mine was borderline finished. So anyway, they did voting at the end, see which team had done the best job on speed painting, and our team was nominated by the collective, like the groups voted. Our team won, and then everyone had to vote on whose was the best figure. Tui's was, i.e. the one that I'd painted. So Tui was the winner of the speed painting, and we continually give him shit about it. It's fantastic. What Alfonso was trying to teach in the speed painting, and he talked a lot. My girlfriend filmed a lot of it for me, which was really cool. Values and colours are independent of atmosphere and environment. So he was trying to basically teach us that you can pick up anyone's figure really and change the environment and the atmosphere to suit. Yeah, so what I think we're going to do, Topolis, is what I'm going to try and do for the figure is have the top of the figure be very summery colours. And as we progress down, we're going to go to autumn colours and then wintry colours towards the bottom. So we're going to do a similar idea for the base. Summer towards the front, winter towards the end. you say that now. We haven't done it yet. Your overwhelming confidence in me is appreciated, however misplaced. Hey buddy, hey. Only 5 days left till Wheel of Time, friends, 5 days. I have never tried, but I'm willing to try just about anything, mate. Do you mean like the stuff they do on the chibis for big child creatives, or do you mean something else? Yeah, I wouldn't mind trying that. I was saying to my gaming group the other night, Dazza, Ajit, Koki, the lads, that I'd really like to do figures painted in the style of the Darkest Dungeon, that art style. Could be very cool. There's a really interesting observation I made the other week. I'm not used to painting with really super tiny brushes like this. I don't have a good handle on how they feel. So I default to a slightly bigger brush, which is good, but it just means that's one of the reasons I'm not good at the fine detail stuff, because don't feel comfortable with that type of brush in my hand. I get by, but that one, yep, could be. It's definitely a broken toad, but the handle is cooked. Oh, speaking of my diorama, came out pretty neato, I think. Feel like it's one of my favourite things I've painted this year. Let's see if we can get you a picture of it. Zoom in a bit on this chap. Yeah, here's my look at those legends from fucking Monty. I got the stream up in the background. There's the pictures of it, the final pictures. I was pleased with it, I was really pleased with it. And it's interesting. I think it's my favourite diorama I've done this year. And so often when I'm really genuinely pleased with something, genuinely satisfied, that is often the time when it gets fucking panned on Putty and Paint, or I get fuck all comments on socials. It's just a bizarre. It's actually the one of the things I'm most pleased of, and so without fail, nobody likes it. Usually I'll finish something, I'll be like, yeah, this is fucking shit house, I don't like it. People are like, man, that's amazing, you're the fucking best. Anytime I'm genuinely happy with something, no. Yeah, it's really weird. And ultimately, I don't mind, because I don't paint my little toy soldiers for other people to swoon over. It's just an interesting observation how often that happens. That people dislike something that I like. So correct me if I'm wrong, anyone who's been watching the Monty stream, but they're actually filming it live from Monty, aren't they? Like the actual town. So I know Francesco and Ricardo live not far from there. Is that right? Yeah, awesome. Love that. Could be a floors thing. I don't know, I definitely see the flaws in that piece, but I just feel like the sum is greater than the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, blah blah blah, whatever that fucking expression is, you know what I mean? Even though there's little individual elements that aren't quite right, I feel like it comes out, hey Dave, how are you, mate? And I normally go early on a Sunday from about 7 to about also 8 your time to about 11ish, just so I can catch the Americans, because normally when I stream it's 1 or 2 a.m. in the morning for the Americans. So that's Dave Colwell, friends, the great man himself, who's, by the way Dave, when I was looking at this figure, your version of it, I was like, oh, that's awesome, just classic Dave stuff. I didn't realise how fucking small this figure is. Holy shit. I'm even more impressed at your version now. Well done. Indeed, friends, the king is here. Yeah. I wish Dave would post more stuff like that. I think it's nice to see the ugly phases when you're painting figures. It's always good to see those ugly bits. Thank you, mate. Yes, Dave's YouTube channel is very good. He has some step-by-steps. He's got one on a Space Marine cloak and an Ultramarine shoulder pad, just showing the stippling process in detail. But then more interesting for me is his thought processes on some of the figures he's finished, the final ones. I'm sure Dave will happily post his YouTube link down below, or someone will. Topless, that's a missed opportunity, mate, to say the Salamander rundown was fire. You're welcome. On you, Dave, legend. Oh, come on, top. Salamanders are like, they live on a lava planet or something, I think. Everyone always does their bases with lava bases, so I assume they must live on a lava planet of some description. Mufasa from Star Wars, they live there. I have the high ground. Did, yes. Looks quite cool. I've got The Mandalorian on my watch list at the moment, and I'm going to get around to it soon. Oh, Dave, I've been meaning to chat to you actually for a little while. There's a group of wonderful painters in Australia who catch up every couple of days on well, it's every week normally Monday nights, sometimes Sunday afternoons. It's on a Discord call. Have a chin wag. Benny from down there, he's the main goober. Every now and then I pop on there and say g'day. It's very good. Have a paint, have a chin wag. So I'll give you a shout next time it's happening if you want to come and say g'day. Yeah. Let me, yeah, I'll just ping you next time it happens. No pressure, mate. Like, I know you're a very popular and in-demand guy. But yeah, I popped in the other week to that LXG one. I was like, oh yeah, I haven't had a chat to Dave for ages. So. How you looking for CanCon this year, you reckon, mate? Assuming it goes ahead. Good, buddy. Yeah, look, based on everything that's happened in the last few months with borders opening and vaccination rates up and all that sort of stuff, I think it's likely we will have a physical event. Not sure how Meg feels about that, but I was going to offer a suggestion today, which is we could do a physical and a online event. Do both. She could run the online and I could run the physical. She's concerned about travelling. Kill two birds with one stone, perhaps. And we could combine the entries, assuming we can take photos. If you can't make it, I can probably take photos at the event, and then put all those together, potentially. We'll see. Yeah, me too, buddy. It's my finished project. Very pleased with it. I do, yeah, absolutely. So they're very, very diluted, and I've used like a magic mix in there. I had a couple of people send a message, yes, but they were probably, well, most of them were like, oh yeah, how much? I expect it's going to be a lot. I told them how much, and they were like, oh yeah, that's a lot. So we didn't have anyone pull the trigger. Yeah, so they're kind of like a wash, Dave, but not like a traditional one where you're just slobbering it on and I try to like be very precise. It just yeah, it's good. Yes, so I will actually talk about my next project actually, because I decided I'm going to do this one next. It's these chaps, the three of them, the one that Alfonso just finished and released his pictures of this weekend. Awesome figures, absolutely rippers. That's the difference between contrast and like the Devlin muds and the old washes. The contrast doesn't muddy up the colours, it actually adds vibrancy, it adds intensity of colour. Whereas, depending on which colour you use obviously, you know, this skin tone, I've added a lot of this Athematic blue and this Warp Lightning green, and really, also Warp Lightning, yeah, really dilute airbrush glazes and it adds intensity. They're really cool. You haven't seen the FER miniatures one from Alfonso? Or, yeah, awesome figures. So I'm going to do those next. We may even start those tomorrow night. But my next diorama is going to be the Chimera and Aradia Kickstarter, Ultima Thule, because I believe those have started shipping, so they should arrive on my doorstep soon. So I'm going to attempt to do a big battle scene. So a fair bit of conversion on a similar scale to Camelot. Very big battle scene. I think we may do it on a Lazy Susan, yeah, because one of the coolest things about Camelot was the different viewing angles and managing all those angles together. So if I can create an interesting battle scene where we have lots of different individual fights and stories, I feel like that could be quite cool. If we can use the different angles. Yeah, it's an awesome figure. I bought 4 or 5 of these ones of the Ignis art to paint. I bought the Pixie one, which I want to paint because I bought Natalia's version, so I want to paint it. I bought that one Pearl, which is like the mermaid one, which I think is no one's talking about that one enough. It's a crazy figure, crazy good figure. And then I bought another one called Fatuous, which I think is just like a pixie with long hair, and then one other one. Don't remember. No, this one, obviously. Fatuous and Pearl are the two that I don't like. You don't. Pearl, I think, is up there with their best model, and the box art that was done by the Russian guy, just all time. Just going to turn this down a bit, friends. Good. Yep. Yeah. We were talking about him the other day on that little chat group I was telling you about, because I think he's so good, like so incredibly good at capturing the form, that he's almost too good, that painting it feels wrong. Like, I'm looking at that Morrigan figure, the one he did for Journeyman Miniatures. Where is she? This one, and it's just fucking amazing. Like, the detail is incredible, but it's so good that I think it's too much detail. Like, he's too good at doing this stuff. Ooh. You done many of his? I know you obviously did this one, but done many others? I've done quite a few of the Limbo miniatures. Actually, I know you did that Limbo box art. But yeah, I've painted heaps of Limbo, and he's done most of those. Ah, awesome. Awesome. You haven't told me about that, you cheeky bugger. What do you paint, Necromancer? Liked some of your recent work, mate. I was talking about that chick you're painting with the blue hair in our chat group. I said, I think it is absolutely outstanding. Well done. Roger, Roger. Right. Sometimes I think I forget how much the contrast paints and the shininess of them impacts the overall appearance. So I'm going to do a varnish soon. so much good detail in this figure. It's outrageous. Indeed. So I've got 3 diorama things written in my little book thing, which I keep my ideas in. It's not really a book; it's a Google Docs document that I update regularly with my figures. And I wrote down an idea the other day, which I'm pretty jazzed about. I think I was talking about it on stream. It's using a lot of the Nico Galaxy figures and doing a futuristic city. I don't think I do enough futuristic stuff in general, so it could be pretty cool to do something a bit more futuristic-y. But yeah, they're fucking stupid. But the idea that I have is I want to create like a hovering city. So I want there to be this circular shape for the city, and I'm going to have it hanging from a little strappy thing. So this is going to be the base. So there's actually going to be, and then I'll try and hide this obviously behind stuff. Yeah, so all this stuff will be like, futuristic steampunk city stuff with like pipes and shit coming down here and this sort of stuff. And I want to have like 5 or 6 of the Nico Galaxy girl figures that they do. That's what I'd like to do. So I'm pretty excited about the idea. I think I'm very interested in using space in different ways, like neon signs and that sort of shit. Because I don't think I use space well enough sometimes. Yeah. Yep. I have a lot of love for G-Dub figures. I actually got a commission that I accepted the other day. Oh yeah, which I should probably tell everyone on the stream about, which is exciting. Apparently the Cursed City figures belong to an AOS team that you can paint. So I'm doing the rest of them, and there's only like 6 other figures, but they're all fucking mad dogs. There's that chick with the mask that everyone has painted, Annika. There's Radika on a big wolf thing. Some other chick looks mad. Yeah, so I think this part here would be a wire frame. Thanks Vazdi21. And I'd try and hide this like with a chimney sort of thing here, maybe like a pipe, and then have this be in black. Yeah, I think so. Yep. Let me get you the list. Hang on. But yeah, it's a future trend problem for sure. We fucking give it to that guy, future trend, he sucks. We hammer him. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. So it's Galen and Doralia Vendenst, Bella Dema Volga, Lady Annika, Kritza, Radukar. I don't know who any of those are, but there you go. So yeah, got a commission for those. We'll be painting those on stream. Models are on their way to me now, so probably do the FER miniatures stuff and then we'll get started on that next, I think. Yeah. I'm just going to paint in the same style I did Curse City. It's the same dude who bought the Curse City box from me once those done, so easy. Yeah. Someone else asked before. I sold Uther. Uther went. Had a couple of people interested in the elf chick, but that was the only one. Uther's the only one that's sold thus far. So can't remember who asked that, but whoever it was, yes. Oh yeah. Well, FYI, they were 300 for the elf chick and 250 for the Roman tribute. That's US and ink shipping. Thank you, Topolis. Not as good as Dave's gold. Dave's gold is all time. Nah. When I'm calculating my prices, mate, I work on an hourly rate. Here we go, Top. You can finally start watching my King of Death videos. I work on an hourly rate, Dave, so those prices are based on exactly how long I spent. Let's do a little bit of let's do a little bit of airbrushing on that skirt thing. I'm not happy with that. Oh no, this is no. It needs to be cleaned. No. Ooh, wedged in there tight. That's no good. Needs to be this airbrush too. I can't use my other one. No. Depends on the company you do box arts for, though. Sometimes they don't really care about the figure, and sometimes they'll let you keep it and sell it. Sometimes they want copies of it. Depends on the person. The dude in charge of Nico absolutely loves Dave. Pietrick thinks Dave's the king, as do we all. But hello, Durstroman. Hello, Garden Colour Gold. Yeah, Big Child have heaps. Yeah, Journeyman didn't want the box art I did for them, and I did one other one. He didn't want it either. But yeah, it just depends, doesn't it? We want to get into that little hole there. I am still indeed using the Red Grass wet palette, yes. I'm not using the paper. The paper's good, but I'm used to using the palette paper from, well, Multix baking paper. But what I do like about the Red Grass palette is the neutral colour sponge, and the sponge being all one texture, so it just makes it a bit easier to see on. I'll show you actually. These things here, they're called Pixters. You can just buy them from like a Chemist Warehouse type place, and yeah, they come in all these different sizes. So I found 5 and 6, the blue and the green colours, to be the best ones, depending on the airbrush you're cleaning. So yeah, they're just little tooth scrubby little scrubby things. And yeah, that's like a hard little wire stuff, and a little bit of methylated spirits in here, just in all the little bits, and it's sort of like a perfect fit for that type of stuff. Yep, there you go. So I'll do most of my cleaning with that, but then I'll also get a couple of these little bad boys. Oops, try not to spray methylated spirits all over yourself, dickhead. Yeah. Yeah, you just got to get the right size one for your airbrush, and you're absolutely sweet. G'day, Kung Fu Shrew, what's happening? So I wanted to actually make a little tool for this particular step, which is supposed to be very good. My friend Gavin has it, but I haven't bought one, so I just use the actual needle to clean this little jobbo. I think is frowned upon, but this is how I roll. Very good. Tricky parts. Where's my little... Haha, what do you think of Oath? It's a full-on game. Yeah. it's there or thereabouts, isn't it? Fucking wild. That's a good idea. I do actually have an old needle, but right. Let's put this bad boy in. Once again, I think you're not supposed to go from behind for this. I think you're supposed to go from the front and then put the thing on over the top. You can stretch this little nozzle hole. Gavin told me. Right, very good. I remember trying to explain the game to my group, and we're a pretty, you know, full-on group. We play every week. We played some heavy fucking games, and I remember after my first run through of the explanation, everyone was just like, "What the fuck?" But that we got it down, and I think we'd like to play it more. Yeah. All right, I reckon we're good. Oof, love a clean airbrush. So I think I want to use this colour maybe. This is green grey from AK. Made a little bit of this pastel blue. Let's see this colour. Good. Yeah. So this cloaky thing, I just want to smooth out. Tone a bit. And maybe a bit of contrast paint. Let's go with Creed Camo actually. I want it to be a dirtyish green. Oh, so dirty. Ajudal. Didn't catch the rugby, mate. Missed it. Sorry to say. Did we lose, did we? Sweet low, sweet chariot. On you, Dave. You're a rock star. yeah, talk to you soon, buddy. I'll send you the details of that other chat thing. Did you ever know that you're my hero? You're everything I would like to be. Dave can be higher than an eagle. Dave is the wind beneath my wings. See you, buddy. Alright, so what we're going to try and do now, well, everything we've been doing is just filling in detail to try and get a sense of the whole piece, how it all looks together holistically as a group. And I think we're starting to, build something interesting. What green is this? Light green. We'll use that, I think. Going right, Rocket?
Yeah.
There you go. Boy, just without Dave being here, mad props on this fucking figure, mate. I tell you what, this figure is outrageously small, and his detail, the level of detail he's got is far beyond what I can do. Hey, little buddy, you all right? Borderline unfair, tell you what. That guy's as good as he is. Yeah. I haven't really taken too many super zoom photos, but I think that's more to do with the fact that my photography is terrible than anything else. Most people who see my figures in the hand are like, man, you're really bad at taking photos. Well, Dave and I normally take all the photos for Crystal Dragon. Hey, Conrad. Normally take all the photos for Crystal Dragon. And his setup's no different to mine, I don't think. But he just uses, I don't know, he's just, some camera setting I'm missing. But he also takes a lot more time, than I do. Just not that interested in taking photos. I don't want to spend all my time taking fucking photos. You go in the shops, mate?
No,
Okay. Oh, how good. You missed it. You tell him, buddy. You tell him? G'day, Overlord. Thanks, mate. Don't stop, never give up, hold your head high and reach the top. Let the world see what you have got, bring it all back to you. Dream of falling in love, everything you've been thinking of. Yeah, I do, Conrad. I was saying that this morning. I was like, wow. I was excited to come back and paint it. I wonder sometimes if part of my negative vibes come from, like, there's just, I really like doing the cool detail stuff. I'm not that enthusiastic about doing the boring stuff. Don't know. Ah, the Good Witch. G'day, mate. What's going on? Hey, am I right in thinking that you just started Hush? Wonderful. Well, happy that you're here as well. Hugo, you alright? You alright, buddy? Hey, come here. No? Oof. That is an exciting project. Having 50 copies of a figure and only 50, you being one of those people that is doing one of those copies, wow. I would be nervous as shit. I'd be so nervous. What models are you working on? The Good Witch? Well, Minimancer, there's a British sculptor chap by the name of Chris Clayton, pretty well known in the miniature world for some Games Workshop figures. I think he's won Slayer Swords or something. Awesome dude, good sculptor. And he sculpted this figure a few years ago. It's a sci-fi bust. It's called Hush. If you were to right now go to Putty and Paint and look at the number, I think it's like the third or fourth highest rated project on there. It's by Kirill Knave. It's an orange sci-fi chick holding a gun with crazy levels of detail. Thanks, Silasa000. That is Hush, that figure that Kirill painted. And Chris sculpted that, and he made 50 copies. And it's one of those figures that, you know, the die-hard collectors are just like desperate to have. Conrad's got a copy, and he's decided that today, or recently, is the day to commence it, which I think is just awesome. I hope one day soon I'll have the guts to begin my Baba Yaga. Next, Wampa, we're going to do these 3 bustos from FER Miniatures. The ones that Alfonso just finished. I'm pumped. 7 years, yeah. That is outrageous. Yeah, that's Kirill. It's just Kirill, just doing his thing. Is it the top one? Is it? I thought for some reason his Space Marine one was the top one. No, Space Marine second. Yeah, the first 2 are Kirill. How unsurprising. Yeah, it's in the top, in the cupboard. Yeah, there's like 17 of them. Fuck, she's so big, eh? It's right if I share that, Conrad. sure Conrad will be fine with me sharing it, but I'll just wait. Yeah, 1 to 6 scale is massive. So to give you some sort of idea, this is a 75mm model. Sorry, no, this is a 28mm model. I think Conrad will be okay. This is a 28mm model from whatever those people are called. This is 75mm model. This is a 1 to 10 scale bust. 1 to 6 is about this much bigger than a 1 to 10 scale, I reckon. I reckon she'd be 150mm top to bottom. Haven't got her myself, so I don't know, but yeah, that's Chris's original, isn't it? Yeah, my guess would be ballpark 150mm top to bottom. There we go. All right. Go back up there, friend. Ah, there you go. Smaller than I would have thought.
Your dad is like obsessed with the fact that you get a candle.
It's pretty great. All right. I'm going to need to add some blue into this colour. Highlight this area here. How great was it that Dave came by this morning? I haven't spoken to Dave in a while. Nice to chat to him. One of the greats, that man. Haven't seen him in, as I'm sure many of you are in the same boat, I haven't seen him in years. Used to see him every year, and then there was also a time when I travelled down to work, travelled down for work to Melbourne, and we'd catch up. Yeah, haven't been doing that for work and haven't seen him. want to try and turn this into more of a blue, bluish tone. Let's see if we can do that. Thank you. Stop trying, don't stop, never give up. Is this supposed to be like a, I don't know, like a strap, like a little arm bit? I'm not sure. I don't think I'm going to paint it to be that. Yeah, it's a good idea. I should. But I shan't. So what I'm doing at the moment probably looks a little bit bizarre, given how smooth and soft everything else is, but just want to create some different colours happening down here, some blues and what have you. Homunculus Studios, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Welcome, great champion. So we're going to use blues. Thank you. G'day, Broadside. If you've missed my streams before, this is what I did on the last few streams. That was my last project. I think I just got blue paint on my schnoz. Whoops. So if you go back and watch my streams, you can watch that get done. It was fun. Fun project. Yeah, I think the base came out really cool. And it was probably the area I was least excited about painting at stages, but became quite the fun bit. That's it, mate. That is it. The airbrush will probably smooth it out. No, it can. It can. And it will. And it's about to right now. Hey. Here we go. Frosty. But wait, there's more. Homunculus, that is the airbrush compressor, my friend. And if it's loud, I do apologise. Alright, so now we're going to smooth that transition with some blues into blue-greens. I think we may use this contrast paint, Achillean green, for the transitional bit anyway. Is he getting better at going in and out? Hey, buddy. Hey, you alright? Right, might go a little bit of actual green now. I use Chimera green, I think, because it's very intense pigmented colour. Just want it to be green. last one I'm going to use is a contrast paint called Athematic Blue. And I actually just want to tone that little bit of whitey stuff to this little tealy colour. Alright. My other airbrush needs a clean as well, so I'm going to have to do the varnish with my little airbrush. That's a bit annoying. There she was, just walking down the street, singing, do I did it, done, did it, do. Hey, buddy. Hey. You alright? Is the ball in there, is it? Alright. Zoom out a bit so everyone can see what we're working with. She looks fine, she looks good, looks fine. I nearly lost my mind. You alright, buddy? Little boy. Good one, buddy. Thanks for protecting us. Alright, so I'm going to do some black lining now just to sharpen up the transitions between various areas. Really is wild stuff. The old AK. Wild stuff. Alright, so this little section there needs to be separated. This little bad boy here. Let's get in there and separate that. This little bad boy. Very good. So you can see my airbrushing has removed a little bit of the gold tones from this. We're actually okay with that. We want there to be a pretty distinct separation of the golds, from the cold golds to warm golds. And that just helps the atmosphere with the gold being tinted that colour. Yeah, it definitely shouldn't be thick. Hey Loopy, sculpt quality was good. If you mean the cast quality, with the sculpting detail is obscene. How's the cast? The cast's good. It's just smaller than I expected her to be. She's fucking tiny. Just not that good a painter. Ayansky666, thank you for the follow. So this step that I'm doing now with like aligning in the various details is such an important step for the way that I paint. Everything can get a little bit lost and untidy looking until you add these lines to separate everything. That's an interesting question. Probably about 50-50 actually. Like really just going back in and redefining the details is a big part of it, but it probably feels like it's such a big part because of how much at this scale the contrast, the value shifts between sections like light and dark. So adding a line of black just to separate a section is really important and impactful. Paddy 28T, g'day. No, I don't worry about overspraying. So there's two reasons for that. One, because I don't do it that much. It's like a mad dog with the airbrush. But the second reason is you don't actually mind if you catch a bit of overspray, because usually what it does is it just diffuses things and creates a bit of harmony between the two elements. So that's usually not a bad thing. Like for example, this area down here. You know, we've caught overspray, which is, yeah, all sort of fine. It'll need to be tweaked and adjusted, but yeah, it's never a big concern for me. I know, sometimes it's definitely a mistake. But if there's any risk, like if I am really concerned about that level of overspray being a mistake, like being impactful, that's when I'll whip out the stuff to help you stop catching oversprays. The Panzer putty or the masking tape, you know, that sort of gear. Light orange, like that one. It's called light orange. And we shall call it this land. Alrighty. So just get a little bit of wood stuff happening. Everything's looking pretty interesting right now, which is good. Good on you, mate. Yeah, it's fucking early AM for you. You're a champion. Thanks, Conrad. Oh, Vince, Conrad's here.
Hey, Conrad.
My girlfriend says g'day, buddy, and says good night. on to my door. Walks onto my door. There's just a little more. My girl, talking about my girl. I got so much on it. Got the sweetest song. This girl, talking about this girl, and this girl. Has anyone got any, g'day Paint Liquor, anyone got any feelings on Eternals? Anyone seen Eternals yet? I haven't seen it. Trying to decide if I want to go and see it at the cinemas or if I'll just wait for it to come out on Disney Plus. Rouge 33, thank you, champion. I wonder. This is just some idle musing. Wonder if they were burned by the ScarJo situation with Black Widow and decided not to release any more films on Disney Plus Direct, because I absolutely would pay $40, $50, I don't really care, to just watch it straight away at my house. But my desire to go to the films as regularly has certainly disappeared. Mm. Yeah. It's certainly been something I have considered significantly less. I don't know, I was so jazzed for Avengers Endgame, like I was just absolutely bouncing off the walls. We went to sushi beforehand and my girlfriend just was absolutely spewing at me. You remember that, Vids?
What?
When we went to Avengers Endgame and we went to sushi?
Yeah, you were being really weird.
She said I was being an absolute dickhead. Squid Ink, thanks mate. Follow. Thank you, mate. I haven't watched it. No, is it? I saw a trailer for it. It popped up on my Netflix app on my phone. It was like, hey, you should check this out. We think you'll like it. And so I went and had a look at it, and it was an animated series of some description, I'm guessing. But is it based on like Magic the Gathering or some of the characters or something? Is that right? League of Legends, yeah. That's right. Yeah, the art style did look very cool indeed. I struggled to get into animated series. I'd like to like them more. Yeah, I find myself, I don't know, missing connection with human faces or something. Add a bit of green to this. Alright, as we start to finalise the overall palette here, which I think we are doing, we need to start thinking about the base. Okay. Alright, yeah, I'll give it a crack. I mean, I know nothing about League of Legends, so we'll go into it with very little preconceptions. But anything that inspires me to paint toy soldiers in a cool way, I'm all for that. Yeah. Okay. Fill that in there. Yeah. I don't know, friends, I feel like we've really landed on this figure's aesthetic today. I had really no clue what we were doing last stream. Just blocking in colours, and now I'm really enjoying what this is looking like. Yeah. Yeah, I feel the same way. Just quite cool. I'm currently watching Schitt's Creek with my girlfriend. I'd seen probably maybe five episodes early on in the show, and I knew I liked it. Like, I wasn't. And I actually recommended it to my girlfriend to watch a few years ago, and she did. She was like, "It's the best." Yeah, you did. No. It's about a rich family that have all their money taken away from them, and they have to move to a town called Schitt's Creek, and live with being poor. It is such a fucking funny show. My God. So we're on to season 3 now, and I regret having waited this long to watch it. Stath Let's Flats. No, I don't believe it has. Never heard of it anyway. Captain Carp, thank you. Yeah, I certainly don't recall hearing anything about it. Normally pretty similarly humour-wise though. Well, sort of. Yes, not as well though. Haha, Alessandro. What's happening, new champion? Don't call my name, don't call my name, Alessandro. You're streaming? If you're streaming, sign me the fuck up. You are an absolute loose unit. Ah, I see. I didn't realise Monty was still going. I watched a little bit of last night for me, last night. Woke up and I was like, oh, probably finished now. Yeah, that's, some people get a heat gun and do it. Yeah, there's no other methods, just slow and steady. I just put the hairdryer on it. The Elsewhere prints, thank you. Same deal. Same dealio. Alright, I feel like we're going around in circles a bit now, just doing bits and bobs, so let's do something else. Maybe let's start the base actually. Yeah. Let's do it. Oh yes, how'd you go? The non-metallic metal set from Chimera is pretty good. Lan recommended it, created, all that sort of stuff. Ooh. Would you like some feedback, friend? For Sparta. Spartans, prepare for glory. I'll keep it short. So I feel the ground and the colour palette for the gold is a little too similar. So the shield and the greaves look like they're made out of the same material as the ground, which isn't ideal, obviously. The skin tone on that thigh is awesome. Second observation, the reflections on the metal is really good. Like your placement's generally good. Maybe the shield's probably not quite right. But what you're lacking is the second lights. Thank you, whoever that was. Nicole JXL. Thanks for following. Yeah, the second lights, like the bounce lights. So if you look at that helmet, for example, let's see if I can find a good shot with the helmet. Yeah, so you've got a light along that line, which is good, but there should also be kind of like a second light running down underneath where the light's sort of hitting the bottom and bouncing off as well, and also like the reflection from the other bits kicking it up there. So your metal's sort of like halfway there, and that's not an easy thing to do, right? It's fucking like shit. I still have no idea what I'm doing when I do it, but to me the metal doesn't look quite like metal yet. It's close. And the third and final piece of feedback I'll give you is that swooshy thing in his helmet. You need to treat that much more like hair, and I've talked a lot about painting hair. I'm sure you've seen it, but yeah, that feels completely wrong to me compared to the rest of the quality of painting. You know, your skin tone's nice, blending's nice. That hair looks just dog shit, son. So fix that bad boy up. Here's my diorama. Alright, let's paint some base for a bit, shall we? Alright, so where does she stand again? Yeah. Alright. Let's try some shit. That's alright. Thanks for sharing. What's going on, Hugo? Yeah, you tell him. Hey. Someone. Buddy. Hey. People out the front, isn't there, Hugo? They shouldn't be there. They shouldn't be there. Fuck those people. Oh, he's about to go again. Hey, buddy. Hey, Hugo. Hey. Come here. No. No, I don't want to come there. You suck. Yeah, he's a little Chihuahua cross Jack Russell. So he's got all of the angriness of the Chihuahua and all of the energy of the Jack Russell, which is fun, isn't it, buddy? Yeah, like 75% of the time he's just the coolest little dude. And every now and then he'll just be like, "Fuck you, fuck everyone, fuck all this." Bud, are you alright now? You feeling better? Yeah, you had your little bark? He's about to be not happy because my girlfriend's about to go over the shops and do some shopping. So he's going to be unhappy about that. Yeah, alright, two good questions there. So the first one, the base is usually one of the trickier components of a figure because it needs to harmonise with the figure but not distract from the figure. So you want to have similar values on the base, similar colour tones, but not necessarily the same values. So you want them to be darker versions of the same colours. That way you have that sense of harmony and that sense of cohesion, but you're not distracted and drawn to the base. There's always opportunities to break these rules, but that's generally the right approach, is to do that. So with this particular model, at the moment, I'm trying to almost inverse this. So I'm going to have green down to cold blues. We're going to do green to cold blues on the base like that. So how we integrate that, I'm not sure. You taking the old mate to the toilet first, bro?
I can, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, buddy. Hey, come here. Come here. He looks a bit nervous.
Yes. He's always nervous.
He is. Second question. contrast paints, yeah. So I use them in a variety of ways. I actually think I probably use them too much. Actually, they're probably a bit of a crutch for me.
What's that, teal?
Teal.
Come here. Sit down. Good boy.
I don't think you're as funny as you think you are.
Okay.
Girlfriend thinks I overuse the colour teal. So I'll talk more about the base when I know a little bit more, because we're going to do some things to tweak it. Yeah, so contrast paints, there's a couple of uses. So the first use I have is as a filter. So when I'm usually using the airbrush for the filter, I will over contrast an area when I'm painting it with a brush, and then I'll use a contrast paint glaze over the top, very dilute, so that the overall tones in those colour areas just skew a little bit more towards the contrast paint colour. That has a secondary effect, which I'll explain by drawing some little pictures. If we have a scale of value where 10 is your lightest, 0 is your darkest, so this is black and this is white. Anytime you paint, and we talk about value, what you're trying to create is this shift, so from light to dark. Pretty normal concept, right? Highlights and shadows. So the lower something is on the value scale, the darker it is. The higher something is in the value scale, the lighter it is. When you have a little area that's, highlighted, blah, 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 light to dark, like this, let's say we had gone all the way up to 10 from black. So we've highlighted it all the way up to white. When you use a filter, like a glaze of a contrast paint, what you actually do is you bring both of these colours closer towards the value of the contrast paint of the colour. So in this instance, let's say it's this warp lightning green, it's quite a high value colour. So it's about a 7. So what happens is this lightest area comes down closer towards the 7, and the darkest areas come up closer towards the 7. So whereas before you have a variation on the value scale all the way from here to here, which is a lot of variation, a lot of contrast. When you use it as a filter, as a glaze, instead of going from 10 to 0, you're probably now going from 8 to 3. So you're reducing the contrast between those areas. And the reason I'm spending a lot of time on that is because it's a pretty integral part of the way that I paint. Is I tend to over contrast areas, like really put heaps and heaps of contrast on them, because I know that when I go in later and use my airbrush or my brush to soften transitions, it's also going to have this effect of reducing the contrast. So you need to have more contrast. G'day Bucks. Otherwise, after you've done your filtering, there's not enough contrast. So that's the first way I use contrast paints. Second, I love them for creating natural variation. So I'll mix them together on the palette to create natural variation, which is one of my funnest and favourite things to do. Because you can't often replicate just weird stuff happening when you mix paints together on a figure. Contrast paints are doubly more so. Everyone's been raving about them this morning, so evidently I'm signing up for some. So the third thing I'll use contrast paints for, when I've completed an area, a painting area of like a colour, and I feel like I've lost saturation. So I've painted it all and I've highlighted up and my colour looks very pastel. I'll use the contrast paints to just re-add some intensity of colour. And that's probably what I use them for the most. Just that colour intensity. It's what I think they're really awesome at. So some examples of that, I use the Iandin yellow a lot over gold. So if you have your highlights and you look at it and you go, wow, this colour looks like, doesn't look like gold that much, it looks more white. If you glaze a little bit of Iandin yellow over that area, all of a sudden you get much more intensity of colour, which is fun. That's probably all. Every now and then I'll fill in an area, like I'll use contrast paints the way they're supposed to be used. You know, like I'll paint an area. But more often than not, I don't do that. Here's a little dickhead coming back. Sounds like. You're very welcome, mate. All right. See, I think they're probably far more versatile than they're given credit for. Far more useful. I watched a little bit of Michal Contreras' last night, but I didn't watch much more than that, unfortunately. And then I got up this morning and I started streaming this morning. So, but I'll probably watch some of the replay today. Great people that they are. I miss them all. Cool. Yeah, watching it last night actually got me pretty jazzed. So I went back and watched my Monty video from 2 years ago. I posted that on my Facebook this morning if you haven't seen it and you want to watch it. Alfonso Geraldez. He's a character. He's just, so I say this not as an insult, he's very Spanish, he's very passionate, very intense, just, you know, feels things very deeply. Drumner, that's a question I will answer probably contrarily to the way that I paint. I definitely don't think you need an airbrush to improve your painting at all. think the majority of stuff that I do with an airbrush you can absolutely do with a brush. In some cases, I think I actually make my life harder with my airbrush. Yeah, but airbrush for me makes up a large chunk of my process. But in terms of actual painting time, it's probably not that much. It's probably max 15-20% of what I do. But that 15 to 20% is usually the parts that makes my process work. So, but I have set myself a challenge soon of painting a figure on stream without using an airbrush. So, see how that goes. Yeah, there's some stuff you can't do without an airbrush. So, from that sense, yeah, I love it. And I'm an unashamed airbrush fan, so. What was cool about Kartachi's stuff, Bucks? What did you enjoy about his thing? He's very old school, traditional chap. Yeah. It's my pleasure, mate. I did this whole streaming thing so I could answer questions and force myself to think about things in a different way, so as to very selfishly help myself improve. So, thank you for feeding into that desire of mine. Yes, Bucks, I do love the historical figures when they're done well. Like when you have a look at the Kirrills and the real masters of the historical style. It's fucking inspiring stuff. Man, my girlfriend must be having a tough time with Hugo, because she just took him out for a wee. He's out there running around doing something. Ah yes, this will be interesting observation. Most of this stuff is underneath there. I am very shortly going to be finishing up Wampa, you are correct. Interesting, we think we're in new school. Unconstrained by what's come before. Hey, buddy.
He just ate a dog poo.
Hey, come here.
He just ate poo.
You just ate poo?
Yeah, I
Still
just
streaming.
said that. Don't let him.
Hey.
Don't let him lick you.
Hey, buddy. Don't lick me if you ate dog poo.
I also have to go pick up one of the food because he two of them, and we had to do a loop around the block because he got really spooked by something.
I was like, what's going on? Thanks, buddy.
So I'll be back in a second.
All right.
Wait here. You.
Stay here with me, little demon. And now he's going to start crying because his mum's gone. What's happening, buddy? She gone. She left you. She doesn't care about you anymore, kiddo. It's just you and me. It's you and me, all other people, nothing to do, nothing to lose, and it's you and me. And I don't know why. Wow. I'm enjoying painting these leaves. Very much. What's up, kiddo? She gone. She's left you with me forever. It's a wonderful world out there, mate, of miniature painters. Yeah, look, so I think I am very much an advocate of finishing things whilst they're still good. Game of Thrones is a prime example. Should have finished at season 6. But no, for me, this has been a fantastic experience, and I'm still enjoying doing it, and whilst I'm still enjoying it, I'll continue doing it. But if it reaches a point where I decide this is no longer giving me value, I'm no longer enjoying what I'm doing, then yeah, I may just pack up shop and move along. Yeah, that's just absolutely the way that I want to live my life for the remainder of it that I'm alive. So this has been an awesome year. I will definitely be continuing into the new year. I see nothing on the horizon that would make me immediately stop streaming. or anything at all, but
So, I inspected the poo more
Yeah.
closely.
Yeah.
It was actually bacon.
bacon.
Someone had chucked bacon out on the side of the road. I don't know why you would do that. But it wasn't poo, it was bacon.
Alright, so instead of being a disgusting little boy, he's a smart little boy who's eating bacon. What a clever kid. Oh, Bucks is trusting Hugo. Hey, Bucks is one of the guys who's in that competition you're judging, by the way.
Oh yeah.
He's the one with the red colours. Did you have any feedback for him at this stage?
No, not at this stage, just don't use too much teal.
Don't use too much teal, Bucks.
Or
There you go.
non-metallic metals, they're
Oh.
really overrated.
Oh, Bucks! She said no non-metallic metals.
No, just don't overuse them.
Wow.
Don't do it on every single aspect.
But if half of your metals are non-metallic metal, you can't then have the other half be true metallics, can you?
I don't have any idea. I don't know.
Oh, that's outrageous.
Lucky Conrad's not here still. He'd be mine.
He'd be very disappointed in you. All right, well let's. I'm going to bring it up on screen. Where is it? Where is it, Bucks?
Where are all your bags?
I don't have too many left. I don't think.
Okay, I'll pass.
Oh, hang on. Where's the latest one?
What's that on your face?
Is it in?
What scared you, honey? Was it a dog?
Yeah.
I didn't even see any dogs.
Okay.
I think it was a baby.
Yeah, no, Vid saw that last night. Yeah, Vid saw that last night. That was what she said last night. So,
Alright, I'm gonna go.
all right, mate.
My shopping.
Have fun. I'll see you when you get back. I'll probably be finished streaming when you get back. So,
Well, should I just wait then and then you can
what?
take me on my way home?
I
No,
do.
that doesn't make sense.
No, that doesn't work.
Okay. Thank you very much. You good boy.
Fuck you, Mum.
Do I even need to say that?
My girlfriend does not paint minis. She's agreed to paint one for a competition soon, haven't you?
No.
She has. She just said so. No, she doesn't
Can't
paint
even
minis.
colour in the lines.
She just enjoys criticising mine, don't you?
Yeah, I've been to a lot of shows.
She has. She's been to a lot of shows with me. She was at SMC and Monty both times we went to those. She's been to Queensland Model Hobby Expo. She likes looking at models, she just doesn't like.
I really
Painting.
like girls though. That's it.
Can I get that in writing?
Female models. Alright, we'll see you later.
See ya.
Bye, Hugo.
Yeah, she likes walking around Monty and we pick out her favourite model and that sort of stuff. But no, she's not really interested in painting models. Which is good, because that is my hobby and she can get fucked. Hey bud, you're sad that she's gone, aren't you? Yes, I know. She'll be back though. Hopefully. Yeah, mate, you're not going to get any cohesive feedback from her. Unfortunately, you will get short, terse comments about things that she doesn't like, and you just got to fucking go hard. Trust your guts, mate. Trust your guts. I showed her the diorama I spent 2 weeks working on. All the greens. She picks it up. It's very green, isn't it? I said, well, yes it is. She said, I don't like it. I said, oh, good, why? Just don't like these men. Oh, good. It's very green. I said, well, yes, I was sort of trying for greens. And she's like, yeah, I don't like it. I said, good. That's good feedback. Thank you. And then she goes, well, you asked. And she's like, it's my fault. She gave me that feedback. If I didn't ask, I wouldn't have got it. Good. Thank you. I've said this before, and I will happily say it again. Sometimes it is that mindset of not having any real understanding of X, Y, Z, highlights, contrast, values, saturation, painting, what it should look like, what other people would paint it to look like. Sometimes you'll come out with a piece of wisdom that is so insightful that it changes the way that I reflect upon my own figures. So I highly recommend getting feedback from people sometimes who aren't expert miniature painters, because they will give you a different perspective that you may not have got. Like if you ask me my feedback on your top, I'm going to tell you exactly the same shit because that's how I paint. And if you have a look at the feedback I give, it's usually because I'm like, yeah, you should paint more like me, clown. That's not always the best. I think she would like to do that. Maybe I can get her to be a guest judge for Crystal Dragon this year. You think you got it, ooh, you think you got it, just don't get it till there's nothing at all. We get together, ooh, we get together, it's always better when there's feelings involved. What to say that nothing is forever. It's like the exception. We know we're not happy here. I don't know how long we'll be doing this base for. I'd hazard a guess and say probably about 30 minutes. The overwhelming reality of how I paint is that I just do stuff, and sometimes it works and sometimes it looks dog shit. And if it looks dog shit, just keep doing stuff until it doesn't. And here endeth the lesson. I'll probably be about, mate. Probably be about. Need to do some prep for my next project, which will probably be starting on Wednesdays, but depending on how this goes, we may start it on Party Monday. Have I told you what the next project is? I think you'll be excited based on your previous chats. I'm going to do those 3 boyos. Deno style historical bust trio. Should be great experience indeed. I saw that you got your FER miniatures. Yes, you got that little Teutonic Knight. All those other bits and bobs. Yes. I wouldn't go that far and say it's my specialty, but I am excited about it. Man of culture, we meet again. That guy lost me when he's like, yeah, I don't really like Kirill Kanaev. Nah, I'm done with you, mate. I'm absolutely done. Whatever's going on with you, you are cooked. The internet did like my last one. Once again, the internet liked something that I thought was dog shit. He is, mate. He is the GOAT. Anyone who says otherwise is just wrong. Just out and out wrong. Here, let's make it easy, Huck. Let's get you on chats just for this last little bit while I'm in there. I see you're out and about. G'day.
How you going?
Fucking good. Just so you can stop typing, you can keep doing your hands, whatever you want.
Save me from massacring my my keyboard and typing.
So you enjoyed the old Monty streams, eh?
I think it was really good. I think Luke did a really good job. He's you can see like he's
holding
thinking.
himself back a bit, isn't he?
Yeah, his brain is cooking as he's sitting there with what's so like, how do I get this guy going for television, you know? No, Danilo was awesome just to watch him paint, watch his approach, and listen to the history lesson that came along with it as well.
Yeah.
Some cool names to pop up and maybe have a bit of a look at. Mike Blank, I think it is.
Oh yeah,
Go check out.
Mike Blank is a superstar, mate.
Beast historical painter.
Yeah.
So.
He's written books and stuff, man. All the historical guys, like he's the king.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's not Kirill, though,
He's
right?
not
Like,
Kirill.
Kirill's the king in all forms.
Yeah. But Kirill's the god emperor, right? So.
Yeah, that's fair, right? Like, very good. Did I say hello to the stream? Hello, stream.
It's $2. He's live.
Hello, Mini Mancer.
Live on Big Dinos.
Live on Big Dinos.
It's just like the Monty stream. We've got celebrities left, right, and centre here. Myself, Bucks, my girlfriend, Hugo.
Yeah. Powerhouse. It's actually a powerhouse thing. Monte should really look out for us. We're coming with a vengeance. You know what? We'll tour it and we'll call it the re-up.
Hey, buddy, are you alright? You're missing your mum, aren't you? Come here. Do you want to lick some
Monte
paint?
down under. Nick, that's the best. We should just jack that. We should just take that and do it. Run with it.
Oh, that's nice. Off you go. Little buddy.
Look at that guy. What a great guy. And clearly knows where the bacon is.
My girlfriend was so fucking worried. She's like, he's eating shit. He's eating shit again. What is wrong with this guy? And then she went out and looked and she's like, oh, it's actually not shit, it's bacon.
Yeah.
Which is still not good because he last time he had bacon he had diarrhea for about 2 days.
So it's rough either way, but at least one way he's got taste,
yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Mind you, when I say he had diarrhea for 2 days, he ate like a whole fucking Russia.
Okay.
I hold myself fully responsible. I was just cutting little bits off and sliding it to him under the table when she wasn't looking.
Sorting your boy out.
Yeah, just hooking him up. And so she wasn't real happy with it. That's okay.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I was going to finish up stream soon, but I might wait till she gets back before I finish up, because I'm in a bit of a groove here.
Yeah, you're styling right now. Go for it. It's looking good. I haven't seen the model that goes on it. Is that looking good?
There you go.
Yeah, nice. I hadn't seen it. I tell a lie, but I hadn't seen it at this point. I'm liking it. I'm liking the fade.
Yep.
I'm liking the color shift.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. Big fan of color.
You and me both.
Yeah.
Alright. So I think what I need to do now is I might actually need to put her on the base maybe. To see. No, I don't know that I want to do that just yet.
What does she look like close to the base so we can see like how the colors are working with each other? Is there harmony?
I think I need to tone the base down.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do that now.
Well, it's currently going to go green to like blue greens to greys to blues.
So what I was thinking is around where a foot goes is make that like a little footprint of iciness, like ice spreading around from her thing.
Okay.
Yeah. See if I can pull that off. How do I want to do this? Matt Mercer. Yeah, I think I might just go like a Space Wolves grey.
Yeah. You can even do Griff Charger with desaturated as well. But if you thin it, that would work, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I go Spaceballs grey, tiny little touch of ocean blue. Tiny little
My
touch of
friend.
black.
My
Oh,
friend.
mate, that was just for you. That was just for you.
That was for me?
Because I know how much you love that bad boy. All right, here we go.
Yeah. It's been clutch in my Harold. It's appeared a few times so far.
Delightful, delightful.
Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah, this has been an interesting paint job. You remember I started it the other week and I was hating it. Just like
Yeah. On Party Monday, right? Or was no, you started it on Wednesday.
It was Wednesday, yeah. And I was just like, this
Yeah.
is fucked. I'm not enjoying how this is going, and everything about it sucks. And then I just walked away, came back on today, and all of a sudden I'm enjoying the colours. I'm enjoying how it's looking, and
Yeah, it's super important to get a fresh take. And I mean, I think the thing is that sometimes we build habits that we expect the ugly phase to be at the same point of the along the way each time, and it's not. It comes at different times. You know, it comes when you least expect it. So you just got to work through it, and solve the puzzle.
indeed, words of wisdom.
I think it's the best part, to be honest. There might be no better feeling in miniature painting than when you hit a really big hurdle or a wall you just feel like you can't climb, and then you eventually climb it, and you go, you know what? It doesn't even matter about the result. It's how I chose to tackle it, and you know that the next time you come up against something like that, you will apply that approach, and you know.
And then it won't work.
Yeah.
That's. I agree with your perspective, but you know, we were talking the other week about how you do something and you're like, I've cracked it. I've cracked this. Like, I'm a good painter. I'm a good painter. And
that's the opposite side of the spectrum.
And then you go and do something. The next time you do it, you fuck it, and it looks awful.
Yeah, but I think that's because you're emboldened and empowered by what you've just done, and you've got that strong sense of pride, and you're like, yep, I feel like I have taken a step forward, and then your step forward in your brain is a single step, but what you're actually doing is taking like 7 steps forward, and you're like, oh, there's no footpath underneath me here. I'm fucked.
Oh, fuck.
You know?
Yeah.
But even still, then you just circle back into that problem-solving situation, right? So,
Yeah. Oh,
I don't know.
miniature,
How good is it?
Miniature
How
painting.
good? Listen, how good is miniature painting, right?
It's
More
fun.
people need to do it.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
It is problem solving. That's like, it's just, how do I fix this situation that I find myself in?
Yeah.
From a colour theory perspective, from a technical perspective, from a technique perspective, brush control, all those things. It's just figuring out.
Question for both of us in chat from Captain Carp. He says, what advice would you give to someone who can't get out of the GW way of painting?
You field that one, Bucks. It's a good one for you to field.
I can field this one. So for me, when I made the jump across, so I only started display painting maybe 3.5 months back, 4 months back. I was painting GW style, but I started to explore all different styles from different game systems first. Aniel Heraldez was fantastic in that for me, and started to open my mind to different ways of painting miniatures. Of course, different people from around the world do it differently. But if I think I had the number one thing would be to start considering volumetric highlighting and understanding the way that light affects a piece that you're doing. So Games Workshops has a very Games Workshop style of approach for highlighting, which is designed very specifically to grab your attention from a tabletop. And so that is why everything is strongly highlighted. It tends to be all line-based highlighting rather than volumetric highlighting. The other thing that it doubles down on as well is it's actually a really strong technique builder. So that's the other reason that Games Workshop do it, is it's great to learn like edge highlighting and line edge highlighting, because it's actually a super technical skill that allows you to build your muscle memory or your cognitive stuff. So it's actually, you're in the right place, you've started really well, and then you can build on that by then going out and having a look at things like volumetric highlighting and how light affects miniatures. That would be from me.
Indeed.
Hopefully that helps.
Indeed. Yes, general lighting is what
General lighting.
we generally describe Games Workshop style as, which is it's good skill set to have, right? There's no bad learnings, but when you find yourself stuck in a rut and you can't work out how to stop doing things in a certain way, that's problematic. I think Games Workshop breeds that mindset of, oh, this is how you do it, this is the process. In many ways, it's a lot like school. You know, they're teaching you a specific way how to think. This is how you think, and it's hard to get out of that. I mean, even in my head right now, whenever I'm thinking of a bone color, I think, all right, I need bleach bone, or I need rotting flesh, or I need leech purple, or I need warlock purple, or I need chestnut ink. Like, those are the colors that come to my head when I'm thinking about colors because of my Games Workshop background.
Yeah, absolutely. I just found it really funny that what we were talking about specifically as you were painting these leaves, you're falling back to that line highlighting sort of brushstroke. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I think it's a positive to look at where you're at with Captain Carp. Like you've grown some fundamental like skills and tools, I hope, with the Games Workshop style. Now it's about thinking about how you can implement other styles while combining it with what you've already got. Like, think of it as a tool belt always, and you're just trying to add tools to the tool belt. You're trying to gain more knowledge, whether it's gaining more knowledge or a different way to use your brush, or a new actual tool like an airbrush, or any of the other things floating around that help us with miniature painting.
There's two tenets to the miniature painting. There's the skills, the technical skills, like physically what you're doing with your brush, and then there's the knowledge. It sounds to me as if it's time for you to go and sign up to a Patreon, or go and buy a miniature painting book by someone who's not a Games Workshop guy, to start diving into the different style of thinking, because your technical ability is only one half of the puzzle, and usually what you find is your technical ability will jump and your knowledge will stay where it is, and your knowledge will then jump above your technical ability, and you then have to practice to get yourself up there. So Figurepedia, as Topulus has just recommended there, fantastic book. Actually was an integral part of my shift in the way that I was thinking about things. I actually won it at Crystal Dragon a few years ago, and I read it in the plane on the way home, and I just remember, my brain, I could almost feel it being rewired in my head as I was like, oh wow, wow. Yeah. So
classes, if you can do classes, is probably another one. Yeah. Or, I'm a strong believer in reaching out and looking for mentors as well, people that who are ahead in the game, who are looking, who may be interested in helping people up or whatever the case may be. I think that there's a lot to gain from sitting down with people, and really watching their approach and doing literally what you're doing right now. Really, I guess you're just doing it through Twitch.
Yeah. Yeah, so Topulus Big Child, they've been doing the series, miniature painting encyclopedia, I think, or something it's called, and it's just a collection of the last 4 copies of those. The one that had Roman Gruber's Boudica bus on the front cover. I think it's just those.
Yeah, I saw those the other day. I'll probably pick them up at some point.
Indeed.
Bit of a fiend at collecting all of those sorts of things. So.
Indeed.
I really liked the Mig and Big Child Fantasy one. I thought that was great. I enjoyed that. That did a lot for me as well. Although I guess it's a bit more of a showcasey style one. You know, it's got a piece by what 6 or 7 different artists in it. So
Yep. All right, this is a foot, so let's do.
no problems, mate. Like any time, any questions that you know that we're capable. I think Dano's probably a bit more capable than I am, but any chance to help someone, of course, that wants to be helped, I should say. That's a key component.
Very much is a key component.
Nice drummer's saying that he's got them, but you probably only need the first and second of the big child ones.
Oh yeah, there you go. Cool, good advice. I probably don't need it either, mate. I'm a fucking legend, so, but, yeah.
Peak legend status
Yeah.
in these parts.
Yeah.
But you do like to look at miniatures.
I do.
So, you know.
No, I buy them just so I can support my friends, the people that,
Yeah.
that I know a lot of those dudes.
I'm definitely down for that.
And yeah, if there's some cool figures I can look at as well, then why not?
Who knows, mate? Maybe I'll start my collection very soon. You know, maybe I'll start my collection very soon with a particular set of projects that are coming up.
Oh, here we go.
You know, you like to throw the pressure down. I might throw it back. Although I don't think you'd feel any pressure.
I feel no pressure, mate. I feel no pressure. I'm excited to be out painting those figures. That is the only motivating factor for me. So you can lay as much pressure my way as you want, pal. I'll lap that shit up.
I think it's like the idea of like breaking out of painting GW way. Maybe you like to shift that. It's more like just adding more to your belt, because you're still going to use all of your GW techniques. You're just going to employ them in different ways, or deploy them in different ways. That's probably a better term. So yeah, I think Deno is really spot on. It sounds like you're at a point, Carp, that you're ready to explore and find more knowledge about miniature painting. And then, of course, that will start the journey off again of pumping your technical skill up to match that knowledge, and vice versa as you go on.
The old skill ceiling versus knowledge ceiling.
Yeah, it was a really important thing when I first started coming to your stream. I heard you talk about, and it really resonated with me. And I think that when I first came here, I was in a very similar spot to Captain Carp, where I felt like I needed to expand my knowledge on painting more than my technical skill.
Yeah. Well, I can absolutely guarantee you that's what you need to do. Like, your technical skill is outstanding, but when you only ever paint things in a specific way, like there's a dude who I live with, he lives in Brisbane. He's attended heaps of toy soldier tournaments up here. His name's James Lynch.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, he is by far a superior painter to me. Like, his ability to control his brush, unreal. I'll show you his Twitter. You'll love him. He's a Games Workshop dude. Like, just all G'd up stuff. Loves playing the fucking games. Lynchy, spongy paint. Here he is. So, technically speaking, his brush control is awesome. His ability to place highlights and shadows, awesome. I love his style.
Yeah.
He tried to paint a bust a little while back. He painted a bust in a little class I did, and he decided he was going to paint a bust for Queensland Model Hobby Expo, and he started it, and he just couldn't do it. Like, couldn't wrap his head around how to do it. And I sent him a message. I was like, "Oh, where's your bust, man? I was really looking forward to seeing it." He's like, just put it down. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's I think. Do you think that that's just because he couldn't do it, or do you think that that's like he's pretty pre-established in his way and his style, and that.
Yeah, he's got his way.
Some people aren't okay to go back and lose. They don't want to go back and start the ladder again. You know, they don't want to start that climb again. They're like, nah, I don't want to do this. I'm just going to keep doing what I feel I'm good at and what makes me happy.
Captain Cart, did you ever read my article?
It's a very good article. I definitely had a good read of that.
Oh, apparently I can't cheer in my own channel. That sucks. There you go. Have a read of that, mate. It's not revolutionary. It's not earth-shattering or anything like that. But it might help you understand the way that we learn a little bit better, and might give you a framework for how you can help get yourself out of the rut a little bit.
Ben X Layton is a bit of a Sherpa in this department as well, and has helped me a ton with this sort of creative journey that you go on with miniature painting and I think art in general. He has a really sweet sort of, like, he just collects everything. So he has some sick sort of links and little videos, and he has one that he shared that's like it's David Bowie talking about like the creative process. And he talks about how if you can constantly live somewhere, like if you envision yourself, like your creative journey or whatever you're doing artistically, if you try to position yourself, and the sort of metaphor he used is like when you're at the beach and you're walking out into the water. So some of you might have heard this already, but when you're walking out to the water, eventually you get to a point where you just can't touch the bottom. You kind of can, but you can't. Like, that's a beautiful space to operate in creatively, because it's like, and I think Trent's article actually talks about this, where you're
it's called the zone of learning. It's called the zone of learning. Yeah,
the zone of learning. You're in a space where you're challenging yourself, and you're uncomfortable, but you're not like
drowning.
You know, you're not drowning. Yeah,
it's the zone of learning versus the panic zone.
Yeah.
Very basic human psychology. It's quite interesting.
Yeah.
I dig this idea, by the way, that I've done. I think it's mad.
Yeah. The frozen footsteps.
Frozen footsteps.
Well, it's like going the opposite, right? Because most people would probably like want to do like something like life coming through the footsteps and whatnot, but you're going, you know.
Yeah, I have no idea what's driving me around this whole approach, but I'm
digging it.
Yep.
New school, mate. New school.
Yep. I don't know what's left to say, or say it anyway. Today's not my day to shine and find a way. I'm coming for you. Take on me. So I finished season 3 of Black Sails.
Yes.
Loved it. I have one criticism of this season, and it's not an actual genuine criticism. It's more of a observational criticism. They are constrained by setting themselves up to be in the position of Treasure Island at the end of the show.
Yes, and at that time I would have agreed with you as well. At season 3, because there's like some strong leanings to the Treasure Island stuff, especially surrounding John Silver.
Yeah. So the season ends with Long John Silver. Loved that reveal.
Yeah.
However, the thing I didn't love, because I obviously knew it was coming, the thing I didn't love was how they basically pit Flint and Long John as antagonists to each other in the final season.
Okay.
Like the way that they were sitting down at a campfire in the final episode of the season talking about the plan, and Flint revealed his history to Long John, and they were friends, and Long John was like, well, I'm feared and loved, you're only feared, so you should be scared of me, not the other way around, blah 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 blah. And I felt like that whole thing came way out of the blue, like, and didn't ring authentically to me, and I guess If I was to go back and watch it, maybe there's a little bit more. I mean, yeah, Flint's obviously not a popular dude with anyone, right? But yeah, I don't, just felt a little bit forced to me.
What makes Flint so good, I think.
Yeah.
So I found one who, like, end of season 3.
Yeah.
So, because, like, I can't really comment too much on what you said there without, like, you'll look for any kind of exposure in my words for what's coming forward. So, or coming in the future. Stocks rising, stocks falling.
Yeah.
Who's got stock rising right now? Let's go through some characters. Anne Bonny, stocks up or stocks down?
Oh, stocks up. I love Anne Bonny. She's great. She's
Fantastic.
one of my favourites. Yeah.
Jack Rackham,
Stocks up.
down.
Stocks up.
Let's go.
He's a dude. I love Jack Rackham.
And
Love.
Guthrie.
Stocks up, but
Yeah.
character for me dropping like a lead balloon. Like,
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. You've got good taste, my friend.
yeah.
Hornigold.
Hornigold, stocks are dead. So
Yeah.
he just
That's
got
all right, but we're, you know, that it culminated in this season, so
It did,
you know,
yeah.
where was yeah.
He was good. I mean, I did do a little bit of cheeky googling of that period in history, not by accident, not intentionally, but yeah. just I was super jazzed. I was like, oh fuck, this is awesome. So Hornigold was obviously a pretty crucial player back in the day, which is cool.
He was.
Yeah.
Did you look up sort of the rest as well?
I looked at when Charles Vane got killed. I was like, oh fuck, I didn't know that was going to happen. Or I didn't expect that to happen.
Yep.
So I went and looked it up, and he did actually get hung. He got hung in
Yes,
Port.
he did.
Got hung
That's
in
why.
Port.
Do you remember about 3 episodes of stream back? I asked you how much research you'd done and what you think about Charles Vane.
Yeah.
I was like, I wonder if he's exposed the story or not for himself.
No, I hadn't at the time, but and I'm glad I didn't, because it came as a bit of a shock. I thought, oh, they're gonna get him out. You know, it's gonna be great. And then he got
I thought it was really good storytelling, eh?
Yeah. But he got hung at Port Royal in real life, as opposed to in Nassau.
In Lezsa, yeah. So anyway, speaking of Charles Vane, stocks up, stocks down on the late great Charles Vane.
Charles Vane, the actor who plays him, has been in The 100. He's been in that other show, The Shameless, and he's a fucking legend, man. Like, I love the guy. I fucking love him. So he was always actually one of my favourite characters, because, just uncompromising. This is who I am, motherfuckers. Bring that shit on.
Yeah. You know, there was no CGI help at all in any of any of Charles Vane's appearance at any point.
Yeah, he's cut and he's hung like a rogue donkey. Like, he is absolutely ballistic.
Yeah.
He's really good in The 100. He's one of the best characters in The 100. If you've never watched that show, it's okay. But yeah, so I was a big fan of him. I was disappointed when he died, but it was good. It allowed for the introduction of Edward Teach, who I'm looking forward to seeing in the final season. So I had no idea that Blackbeard was going to be Ray Stevenson, who is one of my all-time favourite actors from a TV show, Rome. He played Titus Pullo in Rome, and he also played the Punisher in the very bad sequel, Punisher Warzone.
He did. Punisher Warzone was actually fantastic.
It was okay. It was great.
He is really great in Black Sails. I'm looking forward to your journey there, because he's fucking cool. Like,
he's a great actor. I love him.
I'm trying to think who else you've got.
We've got Flint. So I'm guessing.
What about Dufont? Is he still? Is it
Dufresne? No, he's still stomped his fucking face off.
Did you like that?
Yeah. You little Weasley cunt. My only sort of disappointment, like, I think Flynn is by far the best character arc. Now, Rome getting 2 seasons was a crime. We'll talk about that in a second. I think Flint's character arc is outstanding. Like, I think it's obvious that show's going to end with his death, or at least the season 4 is going to culminate in his death at some point.
I can only say one thing, and that is it is going to get even better.
Great.
That's all I'll say.
But he is just by far the most. G'day, Wilson. Thanks for subscribing, mate. I'm going to call you Castaway from now
I love it.
Thanks, Castaway. Yeah, so I just the way that his arc's been constructed, you know, that he's just a compelling character. I think
He's very.
yeah, and he may turn out to be a villain, like they may paint him as a villain, but for me he'll never be a villain because he's just fucking such an interesting character. So he may do some shit that changes my mind, but I doubt that. You've been conspicuously silent, so I know something's going to happen, but that's okay.
No. I'm just letting you talk, and I just answered Carp's question in the chat. So see what I mean, chat. If I do anything, if I move even slightly, he's going to take it as something. So the interesting thing about Flynn is he was a pirate as well. Or
he was a real
dude. He was privateer, yeah. I think, but he was on the Silk Road. I think he was around China. So.
Yeah.
So he never was in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Caribbean, depending on where you are in the world. So no. So Rome only getting 2 seasons was a crime. It was, but we're going to just skip straight past that because the greatest crime in television is Firefly
getting 1 season. You're right. That is true.
After you mentioned it the other day, I'm like, you know what? Maybe it's time to just go back and go along for the ride one more time. So I watched the first 3 episodes. My God, the writing for that is just fantastic.
It's unbelievable.
Like, it just rocked my socks instantly again. I was like, geez Louise, this is good stuff. Like,
it is an incredible show. So were you watching that YouTube video I was talking about where that chick's watching it at the moment and she's just absolutely jazzed by it? Man, I fucking love that show.
Yeah.
It is a disgrace that
Mal Reynolds, right?
Nathan Fillion, what a guy.
Nathan Fillion, but I think the first scene where you realise that like it's got super chops, like it's really well written, is when they're sitting down at the table for the first time, eating the first meal with like Shepherd Bullock and Simon, and Jane starts running his mouth, and the snap that like the Mel Reynolds gives him, which is like get up and walk away from the table now. You're like, oh shit. Yeah, let's go.
That whole like first episode, I watched the first episode and I was like, this show is fucking amazing. Yeah. And then the the second episode, which was actually the second pilot that Fox made him rewrite because they thought Mal was too grumpy as a character. And you watch it, and it's still, it's still good, it's still Firefly, but it's just way more light-hearted, and Mal seems way happier, and he's just like, he's getting shot in the butt, and it's all this sort of stuff. The first episode, the very first, the pilot was incredible, and I'm disappointed that Fox didn't just let it roll.
Yeah, the way it was.
Yeah, because it would have been fuck.
Yeah, the grimness that was is like I like that their story starts in hardship, like real hardship. Like, I thought that was really cool.
That's painful, mate. That's painful that a dude did that to you.
That definitely, that wouldn't slide over here, mate.
Someone would get the shit kicked out of him if you did that to me.
Yeah.
But Rome, so they initially pitched 5 seasons, HBO. Rome was actually probably what paved the way for Game of Thrones, because they were at about $1.2 million an episode, and they had pitched 5 seasons, and the writers had written, each of these arcs, and if you watch the second season, it starts off with a very similar pace and what have you to the first season. And then they got cancelled halfway through the season, halfway through the writing, and they were basically like, well, fuck. And so they accelerated a lot of their storylines in the second season that would have occurred in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th season. You can go and Google it and find out about what the storylines were going to be. It was going to be fucking mad, but no more.
So I went back and watched Rome. I didn't watch Rome when it first sort of came through. I was a big time Spartacus guy.
Yep.
I loved Spartacus. Holy shit. You know what I've been doing? I've been flicking in my hands a Crimson Scale Artist acrylic, and it's just fucking everywhere. Didn't even look. I look like I've just murdered someone. Fuck.
You better drop off for a sec, mate. Fix that.
Yeah.
Rome was good. Rome was a good show, but I don't like I rewatched it recently, and it probably doesn't hold up. Oh, thanks, Top. Probably doesn't hold up as much as say Firefly or that for me. It's still good though, but
Alright, we're good.
it paved the way for Game of Thrones, because HBO probably wouldn't have done Game of Thrones without Rome, and seeing likely how much money it cost to make it and the investment and blah blah blah. Alright, I'm fucking sick of painting this space now. So let's just see if we put those feet in there.
Watch The Expanse.
Nah, it's on my list. Is it over yet? Is it finished?
No.
Okay, I will start watching when it's finished, because
Yeah, you need it all to be available.
I just waiting for fucking Stranger Things. Waiting for
Worst.
it is just killing me.
Yeah. Nothing hit me, nothing has hit me the way that the first season of Stranger Things hit me. I don't know if that's the 80s nostalgia.
I am with you, mate. I remember walking away from that going, that is revolutionary television.
Yeah.
Good shout.
What was it called? Post Stranger Things depression, PTSD.
That's a good shout.
PTSD, yeah.
That shout from Paint Liquor, by the way. There, Deadwood. Fucking cocksuckers. One of my favourite all-time quotes is from Deadwood, from Al Swearingen. I'm going to get it for you because it's a fucking awesome quote.
Never watched Deadwood.
You never watched Deadwood? Whoa. Okay.
I was highly recommended to watch Deadwood, but I never got around to it.
So Deadwood is really interesting television, right? Roger, I think it was Roger Ebert, who's a thingy critic.
Is it Frontier based, Deadwood? Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's set in Frontier, Wild West,
Yeah.
Gold Rush era.
Yeah.
So this is my favourite quote. It's from Al Swearingen. It's a baller. So to give you a real Cliff Notes version, Deadwood is the name of the town, and
Well, that's a great place to live, isn't it?
yeah, there's a dude who comes. He's the sheriff. He gets made the sheriff of the town. He comes, and there's the owner of the tavern, prostitute town hall. His name's Al Swearingen, and he's basically the guy who runs the town. Then the Lord Mayor just does whatever Al wants. And Al's played by Ian McShane, who is just all time. And the sheriff is played by Timothy Oliphant, who is fucking all time. The guy who plays Greener Wormtongue plays E.B. Farnham, Brad Dourif.
How do you say?
He's unreal. He's unreal. And then it's got Wild Bill Hickok in it. It's got Calamity Jane. It's got all these people from that era.
So all the classic names.
Yeah. But it's a very different television show. Like, you know how you watch a TV show and they've got that sort of structure, and it builds up to a finale, and seasons sort of arcs up to get to your finish. It doesn't really work like that. It kind of is this meandering story about the formation of the town. Like, the characters to some extent are less important than the town itself.
Yeah, right. So I mean, it sounds like it also matches the story that it's trying to tell, right? You use the word meandering, and I assume that word's probably a pretty good word for for that period of time.
Yeah. So it's just a really compelling show. Really good characters. I rate it. I like it. I talk about it very positively. But I haven't watched it since I watched it 10 years ago, whatever. Al Swearingen, he just says cocksucker all the time. Every sentence he says cocksucker. It's fucking great.
Yeah, I remember my old boss talking a lot about Deadwood and wanting me to watch it, but there's a plethora of shows.
There is.
You don't get around to all of them, so
there is indeed a plethora of shows. All right,
I've been watching Big Mouth season 5. Now that's a laugh.
I think I'm going to do something now, which I wasn't planning on doing, but we're going to do it. Hey, little buddy, you okay? You all right, little man? We're going to glue this chick down.
Nice. Got a flow on right now.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking to try and get Harold punched out by the end of this weekend,
Nice.
and move on to some other things.
Yeah, I'm jazzed for this. I'm jazzed for these FER miniatures busts. I sort of forgot I had them there. I was looking around. I want to paint a bust. What bust I want to paint? And I saw that box. I was like, oh yeah.
I mean, oh yeah.
Fuck yeah.
There's a bigger question. Who's first? Or are you going to do all three of them? No, you won't do all three of them at the same time because you want to have different variations. So who are you looking at first? Did you see Alfonso put his up?
I did.
All three?
Yeah, I did. I think Alfonso's version is great.
Yeah,
I
thought they were really good too.
I'm not sure which one I'm going to do first. Actually, don't know. This will look really good with some frosty bits. I reckon some little frost, some of that G-Dub snow stuff that I've got. I reckon that'll look.
I
really
like
cool.
mixing the G-Dub snow with a bunch of medium, and making it like slushy to apply, and then building it up. That works nicely for me. And I stumbled onto it with having it like dry out a little bit.
Yep.
So I was like, I need to moisten this.
Did you use Lamy and medium? Or?
The result that I got was with Lamy and medium, or just any medium. It doesn't matter. Like I think I probably did it with a bit of Lamy and medium, maybe a little bit of even like flow improver or something. Just throw it in there. See what happens. I'm a big fan of that.
Good approach. Here we go. What do we think of this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that looks pretty mad actually.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I really like it. I like the skin transition. I mean, that's the central focus. That's what my eye sees first, and directly at her chest. Because that's the Ignis of the green, right? Or
Yep.
the highest pop. So
I'm gonna just increase her contrast on her feet so that we get.
hey, what did you think of Zaba's new Kickstarter that's coming up?
It looks interesting, doesn't it? I mean,
Yeah, I like it. Like, trophy stuff. Oh, so I'll shut up and let you take the stage.
what can I sing for you, Top? If you say Frozen, let it go. I'm gonna be very, very impressed with you. I don't remember Into the Unknown. Into the unknown. Into the unknown. Into the unknown. Nah, can't do it. Yeah. Let it go. Let it go. Can't hold it back anymore. Let it go. Let it go. Turn away and slam the door. I don't care what they're going to say. Let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway. There you go.
I don't even know where we were, mate. You just blew me away.
Ah, please.
Shit, yeah, what were we talking about? Were we talking about the bus still?
Which one of those buses am I going to start?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. I was looking for Alfonso's on this. I think there's one that's like got a shoulder thing on, like a piece of cloth over his shoulder.
No, I probably won't. I probably won't do Vercingetorix, the main one. I'll probably save him till last because he's my favourite model. So we'll probably start with the least impressive one, which I think is spiky haired dude, maybe. Oh no, we'll do this guy first. This guy first because he's probably going to be the most complicated.
Yeah, I should just look at the shape. Oh, yeah. The front one. He stands at the front, doesn't he?
Well, that's this guy, Vercingetorix. He's the.
Oh,
main
yeah.
Yeah, he's the main dude.
Yeah, the chat at the front.
Yeah.
I'm really These are really nice. I should have got that. Oh, we were talking about Zaba's.
That's right. Yeah, the Kickstarter. Yeah. I think it's cool. I think it's super cool. I don't know if I'll get them.
Yeah.
But I do think they're really cool.
Yeah, I love the sculpts. The concept of putting them on a backing, like a trophy, that's the part that's like a bit weird, but maybe that's just because it's challenging the way we sort of look at things.
But he's always been doing like interesting stuff like that. You remember his like Kickstarter with just the weapons?
Yeah.
Yeah, or not Kickstarter, but he just sold a line that's just weapons, and
Yeah.
I remember looking at it going, man, fucking, that's a wild concept, but good for you.
Yeah, you know who would eat that up? Betty would eat that up because
Yeah.
he loves those little training exercise type
he
projects
does.
that he rolls.
He does.
Yeah, I reckon I'm going to do a big order through there just because I went. I didn't realize Durin. I was looking for Durin and where that came from,
Yeah.
and then I was like, oh, yeah, Zaba, and then saw everything and was like, well, I immediately sort of want all of these things. So
Yeah,
I think he's got good stuff.
he does indeed.
Also, because a few things have popped up. Did you see? Obviously, Arnau's latest one.
Yep.
I loved it. I thought it was so good.
Yep.
I like what it stands for, so I think that was awesome.
Thematically, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I think
good.
it's a really
Good to talk
good
about.
way to push a message through, an important message. So
Yeah. Tough message. To
yes,
talk about.
very tough.
But yeah.
Yeah, Yana, my fiance, saw it and just fell in love with it.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
So yeah, Bucks. I think what we're looking at is Crystal Dragon will probably be going ahead at this stage, physically in person.
Music to my ears.
Yes. So you can get hype for that.
Yeah, I'm super excited for it. I already told Yana, I'm like, listen, we're getting married in March, but I've got a little detour in January. So just got to nip up to Canberra for a hot minute.
Yeah. Promise I'll be back. Promise we'll still get married. But yeah.
But if I immediately feel truly inspired after Crystal Dragon and just get myself onto a plane to Spain, you know,
Just gonna have to deal.
I can't be blamed.
Yeah.
I like this palette. This palette, I've always been like fond of the sort of tree folky, elfy sort of stuff.
Yeah. I think this is probably one of the best interpretations I've ever done of that palette, mind you. I don't think I've ever really done it as well as I've done this one before. Maybe. I've painted a lot of models, I forget.
You have painted a lot of models. I could probably quote to you, actually. You told me the other morning you followed up with the exact number, didn't you, for this year?
Oh, yeah, I did, yeah. It's not that many this year, not that many. I think we're only...
I think you're doing yourself a disservice in not counting your only counting your diorama as one piece.
What did I say?
They're not one piece.
How many did I say? I'd done... Yeah, I only done 26 display pieces this year, so not that many.
But Chad, he's counting all of his dioramas as one individual.
Yeah, so Camelot 1, Icewind Dale 1, Wastelands Diorama 1. They count as 1.
Yeah. Which I don't think they should, considering Camelot was what? 12 models?
13.
13. Icewind Dale was 5?
6?
5.
6 with the wolf, the panther.
6 wolf, yeah, and then Secret Boy, true, and then the most recent one. What's the name of the most recent one? What do we call
I've just called it Wastelands Diorama.
Wastelands is 5 as well, plus Nurglings. Nurglings don't count.
Nurglings
Maybe
don't
if you
count.
painted 20 of them, that'd
If
be
you're 20 of them, you get to count 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 26, not that many. I did more the year before.
You did 50 the year before, didn't you? 50 odd.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually often sort of ponder the whole like, what defines greatness in miniature painting? You know, is it how good one individual thing, or is like body of work considered? And I'm pretty fond of body of work. Hey, like I quite like the idea of having lots of stuff that's at a really high standard versus like 3 things that is at a superbly high standard. Like,
Yeah, I think.
Because
But there's,
what comes with superbly high standard is, you know, pottering on the same thing for 3 months. Like, yuck. Then you get bored.
yeah, it varies person to person, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Obviously, for me, I'm impressed by speed, but the thing that really inspires me is the technical stuff that I can't do.
Yeah.
So
So yeah, I was thinking about it, and I'm like, I'm not sure if it's speed or greed, right? For me, I think it's greed. It's I want to see lots of stuff. I just want to keep taking in more and more and more. And so the more output, people who have higher outputs will hold my attention for longer because they've got more to show me.
yeah,
I mean, once my eyebrow, one of my really great mates told me, and this has sort of lingered with me, my eyebrows can only ever get so high, mate. You know, once my eyebrows are all the way up, they can't go any further up. And that's Kirill. Every time he does something, my eyebrows are at a 10, you know what I mean? They're all the way up.
yeah.
So, you know, that you come to expect it. Whereas I think if there's variation in the stuff you do and you've got a whole bunch of stuff there, I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah. All right, friends, we are going to call it a day for today. Let's just have a little review. Yes, I'm very pleased with this. She's looking quite cool. Very interesting. Different to what I expected her to look like, but yeah, fun. All right, beautiful. So I'm back tomorrow night for Party Monday, but Bucks and I will be catching up on a chat later on that no one else is invited to. So sucked in. Let's go find someone we can raid, shall we? Any suggestions, Bucks?
Who's on? Let's have a look. Let's go have a look. Because you go through miniature painting, right?
I do,
So,
yeah. So Impending Duff, I don't think I've ever followed him before.
Come on, mate. Let's get down to the bottom. Let's go to the.
All right, let's go to the friends down below.
Yeah.
Flynn's
The
building
ones before
Gunpla,
they go.
mate. Rhyme of the Frost Maiden, not really miniature figures, but fair enough. Tortellini per eye Bambini, that sounds interesting.
No one's grabbing me right now.
Set
down here.
Stream, Painted Ogre, building a miniature fruit shop. Shit a brick.
Well, there we go.
Let's have a look at building a miniature fruit shop.
You don't like the warm? Fair enough.
Fuck me, that's an impressive effort though, isn't it?
I hate hot summers.
Yeah, that's
Hot summers.
that's
but I don't
crazy.
like being cold in the winter. I have it.
There's a lot of stuff in there.
Oh, look at her
Oil painting.
oil paint. Let's go.
Alright, let's do it. Let's have a raid of Miss Lisa Face. Why not?
Okay, let me show you what I made. It's so cute.
She's gonna have absolutely no idea what I do, probably.
Yeah, that's right. We can
I'll
sit
show
over your
you
lovely
this
stuff and
once we get
bounce.
back. We'll wait for
Alright friends, you're all superstars. Catch you on tomorrow night's Party Monday or whenever I catch you. Have a great one. Let's go raid.